Alright, hello. Welcome in, everybody. So, today, I'm going to continue working on the prison core that we're working on. So, spent a little time yesterday reworking some things, namely the balances for currencies. Because before I was storing them as doubles, and that inherently comes with limits. You can't go over a balance of like some quadrillion. And that doesn't normally have any issues, obviously, but some prison servers really like to be OP and they like to go above that maximum amount. So what I did was created a new type of integer, a 128-bit integer. It uses and obviously I can't take credit for creating it myself because obviously I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I know how to code. So ChatGPT helped me set this up. I haven't tested any of it yet, so there could be problems, AI. But I did spend some time writing all this out and putting it into my API here. So yeah, while ChatGPT did help me create the logic for it, I did implement it myself, and I even made an API version of it in order to use it if you're using the API, because obviously if we're storing our balances in this new data type in 128, then you can't say like, oh, get their balance and return a double. No, you have to also return the 128. Otherwise, you're not going to get their whole balance when you get it from the API. And for reference, that's like, yeah, in here in the currency API, you want to get their balance, you have to return that, not a double. So I needed an API access point for it so people can actually work with it. And that's what I did. So I created an interface, called it int128, because it's an interface, so I prefix it with I. That way my implementation can just be int128, not int128. So it's basically kind of like a big integer, except it's a bit more lightweight from my understanding. Let me turn down this music here. Okay. So from my understanding is it's supposed to be a little more lightweight and more efficient than a big integer. But it does use big integers for some simple multiplication and division, and conversions and formatting. So there's like so obviously it converts to, and it might be easier to just show the API here. I forget where that button was, but I swear there was a button to go into like read mode to have all the Java docs just in read mode rather than edit mode, rather than having to click on each one of them. What happens if I... No, okay. But yeah, so basically it's supposed to store 2 longs as the balance. And they're called high and low. And basically what they do is they store so obviously a long is a 64-bit number, while an int is a 32-bit number. So therefore an int has a lower limit than a 64-bit long. Has a much higher limit because it has 32 more bits allocated, space. So what this is, it's basically combining 2 longs in order to allocate more room for it. And it applies, it does all the math to like add and subtract to the 2 values. So we have the high, which is the most significant 64 bits by 2's complement. I actually did learn a bit about the 2's complement in my college. I just haven't used it for much, so I haven't remembered most of it. But I do remember learning about that. Yeah, so then there's the low. There's two longs, there's a high and a low. So the low is the least significant 64 bits, which is an unsigned limb. And what that means is there's no sign bit. Meanwhile, the high is a signed. It is a signed 64 bits. So that means 1 bit allocated for the plus or negative sign of the value. So like the high could just be a plus or minus, I'm pretty sure. That way this one could still be plus or negative. Anyways, at least that's what I'm understanding. It could be that this is modified and then this, but anyways. So yeah, so the range is from -2 to the 127th power to 2 to the 127th power -1, because obviously the sign bit for the plus or minus. Yeah, -1. It's a lot of math to it. Not a lot. Yeah, not a lot, but here we have some constants. So 0, obviously it's just 0 and 0 for a high and low. A 1, which is just 0 for the high and 1 for the low. So yeah, the low is, it modifies the low first, and then if it spills over the limit of the low's long, then it'll go into the high, pretty much. There's a negate, which makes it negative or positive if it's negative, right? There's an absolute value that will return. If it's negative, it'll negate it to make it positive. Otherwise, it will just return what it already is. There's an add method, which will return a new int 128. It won't modify the current one. Kind of like just like a big integer. Yeah, so I haven't tested any of this stuff in the code yet, but I did convert everything to use it. And I had a number formatter, which just handled like doubles formatting, but now I have an int128 formatter, which is essentially the same thing, except it takes in the int128 instead of a double, and it has obviously a bigger limit. So before it could only go up to quadrillion in the number formatter. Let me actually bring that up. So yeah, it can only go up to the quadrillion, but this one can go up to nonillion, I'm pretty sure. Which is, if you don't know what a nonillion is, it's a 1 with 30 zeros behind it. And as you can see here, 1,000 is 10 to the power of 3, million is 10 to the power of 6, billion 10 to the power of 9, 10 to the power of 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, and 30. So, that's just how numbers work pretty much. Yeah, we got all this formatting stuff in order to, make the number appear with commas or appear with a suffix. And again, I haven't really tested that, but we're going to do that, and then we're going to fix anything that might need fixing, which shouldn't be too difficult. So I have to make sure that I built this. The last thing I did last night was build it to make sure it actually builds. And then I went to do something else, so I just didn't test it. But that's fine. Alright, so we know that it builds, we just haven't tested. Oh yeah, and since my last stream, I also added the enchant menu, which I haven't. I made an update video for it, but I didn't post it, just because sometimes I just don't want to deal with it at that moment of waiting for it to upload and all that. So I just didn't. And now I'm streaming, so I could just show it right now. So I made a whole new module for the GUI, and okay. I had an error that just closed the server for some reason. That's why. Okay. Yeah. Alright. It's because of my 128 argument types should be wrapped in a custom argument type. Custom argument type. Yep. But obviously this is a little more confusing than just a normal argument type. So let's see, is there any usages for this? There's converted, which extends custom argument type. So let's see. I know that paper implements their own argument types, like argument types dot like block position. So what does this do? This is argument type block position resolver. And the resolver extends argument resolver. So that doesn't help very much. Okay. So yeah, we basically need to make this a custom argument type instead of a normal argument type, which is just that's just kind of dumb in my opinion. Like, why can't we just use what's already there? Like, the argument type itself, this in itself is a paper, or I guess it's a brigader thing, and custom argument type is from paper. But still, this is really annoying. Let's see here. Alright. So this requires two type. So you have to create your own parsing logic for string reader if you only want to convert from the native type N to custom type P. Implement custom argument type dot converted instead. Okay. So I assume we would want to say like string to 128. And that would mean we need to implement convert from the native type string. And this no longer is, this has to return a string. No, I wanted string, not whatever that was. So that's really annoying, but the native type. Okay, so I think I see what's happening here. That's not. I think we need to make string. Yeah, the string has to be the second one. That's really weird. I would have done the native type first, because it'd be like you're converting from string to int to 128, but instead they're saying you're converting an int 128 from a string, which is just, I don't know, it's weird to me. So this is a string. Obviously the native type is a string. It requires an argument type, so that means argument type dot word. There we go. God, I hate when it suggests to annotate as non-null instead of not-null. Okay, and then int 128 string native type if native type is null, throw command syntax dot built in. So we want expected, I guess, reader null. I'm just gonna say reader expected int. Actually, there's no reader here, so it would just be .create. Okay, so now we need to return parse. Can I do new string reader? And then pass in the native type string. Okay, so that'll convert using the parse method. Does the parse method even need to be... Must not be overridden. So what is it in here? Default this dot convert. Okay, so this one converts. This one just calls the convert method. So that's, so it's gonna call parse, and that's supposed to call convert. So we're supposed to convert it in there. So that means we need to get our like our string token here and put all this stuff into our convert method down here. I think it was actually up here somewhere. Yeah, right here. So instead of that, we're gonna say token. And we don't have our reader either, and that's unfortunate. I think it should actually just be okay. See, this is the thing. This is all of our parsing logic, right? To parse the INT 128. So okay, what if I just say? It's kind of annoying. So if it just calls parse, then I don't see why we even need the convert method. It must not be overridden, even though it's public. Why must it not be overridden? Oh, non-extendable. That's why. See, why are you converting that? Right? Why are we converting? We need the string reader right here if it doesn't parse correctly. That's the whole point of it. It's the parse method. That's the whole point of it. If we can't get the reader, then how do we, you know? Alright, I'm gonna try something here, because these are just throwing and I still would need this stuff in order to actually, okay, this is really annoying. Let's see here. Alright, let me just ask ChatGPT. They would know, because they've actually been very helpful. Or this AI. Okay. I'm just asking what I should do in this case. Or maybe we don't even need to convert it. Because it's just saying create your own parsing logic from string reader. Yeah, so that means, can we just do parse instead? Yeah, so now it doesn't say should be non-extendable. Right, I think this is fine. And we don't need to convert now. So the native type is still overridable. Type that is sent to the client. Okay, well anyways, we should just try this. This looks like it should work. Because that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to create our own parsing logic, and that's essentially what it said up here. If we wanted to use our own, then use this one. Otherwise, use the converted. You have to create your own parsing logic from a string reader. And that's what we wanted to do, so that makes sense. Hello. Fezzy. I've never actually said your name. How do you say it? Alright. So I'm gonna try that. I didn't actually have to ask ChatGPT for that one. Fezzy. I don't remember. I don't know how to say your name. Fezzy? Because it's only one Z. Yeah, it was probably during one of my streams then. I mean, I don't remember saying your name like while we were in the voice call. I mean, okay. Alright, so that argument no longer crashes the server because it's a custom argument type. But I did get another error trying to, oh, you know why? I didn't reset the database. I gotta do that. Because I changed the column of our what should we call it? I changed the column of our balances, our currency balance to be a blob instead of an integer, and I had to reset the database in order to update that. And the reason I'm not doing schema migration right now is because we haven't released yet. All right, nobody else is gonna be using this, so I could just reset it on my own in order to test. Okay. Tokens 0. Tokens set. Go to white space to end argument without trailing data. All right, so this is one thing there. It shouldn't be. It's gonna be annoying. Unless I didn't actually change that. No, I should have, right? Alright, let's just see how much I can set here. That's 28 zeros? No. Unknown suffix. Okay, so that is a problem. Well, I can do one N. So now I have a nonillion here. So that's good. Let's see. Let's try and change the config to suffix that in the balance there. Go to locale. Navigation, notes and stuff. How is it that big without reverting? Oh, without reverting? Oh, you mean the currency? Yeah, I was just going over that actually before you got here. No, actually, I'm not using. It's actually a little more sophisticated. But let me actually get the balance string formatted before I go into that again. Let's see. I want to go here. I want to say dark gray. This. And we want the currency prefix amount, currency color, currency suffix. Dark gray there. Okay, and instead of white, I don't know why that was all capitalized. We just want like that. I mean, it works capitalized, but that's not what I normally do. There's that, and then I want this here. And I didn't actually say amount suffix. I believe that should be it. Alright. Bamboo reload. I think I just have to reload everything. Okay, tokens. Yeah, there we go, 1N. And actually the currency color. You want the currency color for that. Yeah, that's why. Currency color, put that here as well. This is a lot of strings, but that's why I split it up into a list. So you can do that. There we go. We have 1 nonillion tokens. And beyond that, I don't really think you can go much higher. So we add 1, 2, 3. What's that? 100,000. Give 100. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Nice. All right. So yeah. So how we wait. Let's actually give 100. See what prefixes are they? O, capital O. So tokens. 1.1N now. Okay. So yeah, how I did it. Basically, I created a new type of number format. So instead of using strings, which could be a little inefficient, especially with math, I created integers are 32-bit values, and longs are 64-bit values. So essentially, what this is, I made a new class. I just call it int128. It's storing 2 longs, so for 128-bit storage total. Byte isn't byte 8 bits? Bit is 1, yeah. Yeah, byte is 8 bits. A nibble is 4 bits. not 100% exactly. They're basically the same. Uh, Maybe. I mean, okay. So it's like you add, right? You add another one in 128 to this one, so you get yeah. You're basically saying add the two top values and the two bottom values. Or no, these are the two. Add the two bottom values. If there's any carryover, then you add the carryover to the top value. So there's a little bit more than just appending them. You gotta make sure if the low value spills over the 64-bit limit, then it'll go into the high value. And subtracting is simply adding the negative, so you got the other, you negate the other to add to it. Yeah, and then to store it, I'm storing it in big Endian format right now. So I say, where's my 2 byte? I think it's up here. So yeah, there's 2 byte BE. So this is saying, this is the difference between big Endian and little Endian. So basically, they're both the same. They're both byte arrays created by a byte buffer. But the difference is a big Endian, you store the high value first, but in the little Endian, you store the low value first. That's essentially the only difference. So, more specifically, in big Endian, you store the most significant bits first, which is the high value, and then you store the least significant bits, which is the low value. And that's how you store it in a byte array. And that's the difference between big Endian and little Endian. And again, it's the same thing when you read from the byte buffer. So you say from byte, you pass in the byte array. You simply read in the same order. So you read the high first, and then you read the low, and then that's, you know, and then little Endian you read low, and then you read high, which is just it's just the order of which one's which, you know. Yeah, so that's basically what I did. You get a byte array, and then you store it as a blob in your, at least for SQLite, because there are different data types in like MySQL. But for SQLite, you're essentially using a blob. And so what I did for my database stuff, I have like keys here. I have codecs. So essentially, what I have here is a data codec. This is the base class, and it takes 2 generic values. So you have the encode to the value from the type. You encode to the value type from the raw type, and then there's decode. You decode to the raw type from the value type, and then there's also a method to get what type you're converting from, basically. And then I had to split my data codecs into 2 different ones here. Originally, I only had the data codec, and it was just one generic, but now I have this string one, which extends data codec T, so it's another generic, but then also string for what you're encoding to. So I'm encoding any generic value to a string in the string data codec, and then the byte array data codec, I'm encoding any value to a byte array and back, pretty much. So now I have let's see, I have codecs somewhere, right? So there's like, oh yeah, data codecs right here. I'm gonna move this to there if I can find it. So data codecs is just a class that stores multiple different types of codecs. So like I have a string codec, which just encodes a string to a string You know, nothing special there. You have an integer, which you encode an integer to a string, and you decode a string to an integer. I have a long, to encode a long to a string, and a string to a long. Float, double, a unique ID, so player's UUID, and I actually store it without the dashes in the database, so it's only 32 characters long instead of 36. But then you actually have to format it back when you decode it, which isn't a problem. But I forgot about that when I initially did it because I thought that the UUID from string accepted the format without the dashes or the hyphens, but I guess not. And then finally, I made one for my int128. So it's a byte array data codec instead of a string, because specifically you have to pass in, you know, the byte array rather than a string, because I can't encode a string to an int128 if I'm storing it in a byte array. So that's, you know, so I had to make a new byte array data codec just for that. That's why I had to split my data codec into two instead. So we're not actually using data codec for anything other than these two specific ones, and then we're choosing which one of these two to use when we go and store. So now in my database, whenever I pass in a key, a data key, and a value, the data key stores which codec I'm using. So I can say, hey, which codec is this? So I store, you know, final data codec T, which is the same across the board, right? The same value type, same data key type, same codec type. And then since we're only passing in one generic into this method, the second one will be a question mark. So it's like we don't know which one it is. So we just call get codec from there, from the data key, and then we can say, hey, is this codec an instance of a string data codec? And we can't pass T in there either, because that just doesn't work in an instance of check. Alright, so you will get an error if you do that. So you have to put a question mark in there. Forget what this is called exactly, but I know it's still a generic, obviously. So then if it is a value, or if the codec is a string data codec, then you can say, hey, set the string, and then you can parse, you can cast it to a string data codec of T. Otherwise, it won't be able to encode the value of T, because you don't know. Like, if this was just that, then it wouldn't know, right? That's essentially what it is. It doesn't know, it has to be a capture of question mark, not T. You have to parse it, or you have to cast it to T here rather than here. So that, and then, or if it's a byte array data codec, then, you know, do the same thing, except set bytes, not set string for the statement. And that's what I'm doing pretty much. Same thing with all my other, you know, my get methods and everything. That's how I'm storing it pretty much. And I, again, this is my first time testing it, and it seems to work pretty well. As you can see with my tokens balance here, I have 1.1n, which is much higher than normal. Yeah, and I did explain I can't take full credit for creating the int128 class. I just remembered, basically what happened is I remembered there are different int types in like C# or C++, especially when in game engines like Unity and Unreal. They have like uint8 or like uint, I don't know, some other type of size int. So I just like, why don't we just do something like that? And so I asked ChatGPT, and it helped me set this up pretty much. But I also, not only did I implement it, I also added an API entry point. That way people who are using the API can actually use it. Because in my currency provider, since we're storing balances in that new data format, we can't just return a double to get their balance. You wouldn't get the whole balance. So you have to also return the int128, and that's why I added the int128 as a database, or as an API thing here as well, rather than just in my main module. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to interact with it. Yeah. That's what I did. You can probably do the same thing. It's really not too complicated. I mean, especially with the AI's help, but yeah. So, and then I also made an argument type, which this needs to be fixed, because right now it's not formatting correctly. Like it looks like this is right, but then you start adding commas, and then it's like, no, it doesn't work. Yeah, that's not gonna work. So this needs to be fixed. My parsing here. It's supposed to be strict to allow non to allow commas or underscores to separate them, and a dot if you have a prefix. But I think I may have made it too strict. Read number token. Remember, there's a validate thing that I'm doing somewhere. Validate strict grouping right here. One usage, and then pretty much that. So yeah, I'm gonna have to change this up. Yeah, that's pretty much normally what it is, but even that doesn't work. It's like, oh, it requires a suffix, which it shouldn't. Which it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be limiting you to. It should not be forcing you to use a suffix. Pretty much is what my problem is right now. But yeah, I could do set it to 1.1 M, and I have 1.1 million tokens. Yeah, that's what I'm trying. So I'm allowing it to do suffix, or but I also want it to allow you to say 1,500, but it's not letting you do that right now. So I need to fix that for sure. What's really happening here is we're calling the parse method when we enter the command. So it's trying to, so the result is parse, parse a token. So if it's empty, alright, I need to select amount. I need to add that to my, my thing there. Yeah, that is easier. And I also want it to allow commas or underscores. That way you can actually separate them and make them better. But it's obviously not working how we want it to right now. Oh yeah, and obviously a plus or something. And then suffix. So I can set it to plus 1k or supposed to be allowed to set to negative as well, but it's not. I don't think commas are supposed to do that because it's just supposed to be a string type. We're converting it from a string to my 128, so not an integer to it, but a string. And that's, I don't know. So only found the sound type. See, we're not getting any of this stuff. We're not only found suffix. Only decimals require a suffix. So yeah, not exactly working out 100%. Alright. So yeah, we're gonna fix that. Native argument type, right? Okay. Right. So it's saying the word is not allowing the commas. I was just doing a double to handle balances before, but yeah, I spent pretty much all day yesterday just trying to get it to work. So let's try a string there. It's our first thing to fix or try. Even though string is, well, okay. There's a difference between string, word, and 3D string. Let's stop the server here. Put our new plugin in. Oh yeah, I forgot I was going into the GUI stuff. Currently my GUIs, they don't support pagination yet because I haven't started working on it yet, but they do actions and you know, click and stuff. Click actions and click requirements. I need to add view requirements for items as well, but yeah, so there's all this stuff here to get it working. The GUI is simply the ID, the config, the rows, title, and the render method. The GUI renderer is supposed to populate the inventory as well. And there's a lot of stuff going on there. The word string. Hi, Titan. Dude, it's been a long time. How have you been? Yeah. So cannot do commas. Okay. So I'm doing all right. All right. Right. So I got the ancient GUI working to a degree. Let me get a new Omni tool here. So we can open it up by right clicking, which is configurable. Then we have this menu here. We have efficiency, fortune, flight, explosive, jackhammer, and nuke. So efficiency, we have this upgrade menu here. When you click on one of them, it takes you to this page here. You can add a level. You can add 5, 10, 50, 100, or you can add, you know, max the amount that you can afford. And this is all configurable. You can change how many levels people can buy here as well. And you can see the costs of the enchant actually shows multiple currencies because I configured efficiency to require money and tokens. So it'll automatically show how many currencies you need and which currency you don't have enough of specifically. Fortune, for example, only requires tokens, so you can see it doesn't show money. Efficiency shows money and tokens. And then if I say tokens set 1.5 million, just to, you know, now I have enough tokens, but I don't have enough money. And then what happens if I set my money 1.5 million as well? Now I can afford one level, 5 levels, 10, 50, 100. So I can afford all 100 levels here because it's obviously way less than 59,000. Or I have way more than 59,000 and 29,000. So if I was to say 48k here, and now I can only afford 88 levels because I only have like 49,000 tokens. Yeah, I try to stream whenever I can, pretty much, and work on it. Yeah, so now I can only afford 88 levels of efficiency, or 88 levels of, you know, anything else. Flight only has 1 level, so you can only purchase 1 level. As you can see, it also says it requires 100 tokens. And then explosive is the same, 47,000. All the prices are the same right now, except for efficiency. It has money at half the cost of tokens right now. And money is set. But yeah, so that's how the enchant menu upgrading menu works. And then Titan, I can show you the other part of the plugin that I've been making. Is the private mines here. All this stuff here is fake blocks, so the server doesn't recognize any of these blocks here at all because they're all fake. And so this stuff right here, this is the mine. We can't break any of those blocks, but we can break stuff in here and get the blocks for it and everything. We can sell them. Except that I had an issue because I changed that to my new data type rather than a double. So that's not going to work at the moment. But you get the point. I could sell them. I can have auto sell on and stuff. I could do mine expand 100 to expand my mine to be much bigger. Leave the enchants, so we have nuke here. I can go boom, breaks the whole mine pretty fast. And yeah, that's the basics. I still need to implement like ranks and stuff, but right now you can mine, you can make money and all that stuff. Well, I mean, after I fix all the issues with converting from double to my new data type. Okay, so I think the problem is I'm doing in here, I'm doing like the get suffix thing. Alright, I think this one's on my part. Right, is suffix car is suffix, and that just checks here. So if it's not a suffix, sorry, if it's not a suffix, then it would be, well, it's supposed to be 0 if you don't have a suffix. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, like C#, like I don't know if you saw my message in the Discord. I replied to your message about college for computer science. I was saying that C# and C++ are very similar to Java because they're object-oriented programming languages. And so when I went into college, because I've been working on plugins for like coding in Java for like over 4 years now, I had a very strong foundation in them, and I already knew like a lot of the stuff. But there are a lot of differences as well, like header files and forward declaration. And C++ specifically doesn't have garbage collection. You have to do that yourself. C# does have garbage collection, but not C++. And you're in C#, so that's fine. But yeah, it is really cool though, and it's supposed to be much faster than Java as well. That would be cool though, making your own notepad. I should probably, that would be cool. But yeah, so I need to figure out what I'm doing here. Suffix multiplier. There we go. So this is why, right here, and we're using this here. Okay. You want a notepad like Notepad++. See, that's always the interesting thing. It's like if you want a notepad like Notepad++, why don't you just use Notepad++? But anyways, yeah, that's a lot because there's a lot of different options up here and everything. And syntax highlighting will be interesting as well. Anyways, so it's because of this right here. I'm trying to get the multiplier from the suffix, and it doesn't support 0, right? But we're getting the placement from the suffix, and we're throwing it if it's null, which it can be null. Right, okay, so that makes sense. It's saying to just return 1. If, we gotta check if the suffix is equal to 0 before we try to do that. If it is, then we just return big integer 1. Alright, so hopefully that should work. And let's actually go back from string to word, I think. That might be good. Let's Titan, if you're still watching, don't be afraid to hit me up on Discord whenever you want, man. Let's see, alright, there's all this stuff. I know we don't talk much and it's been a long time, but it was good to hear from you. Let's see, where am I? What am I doing? Right. The argument type. We need string, we need word. Because instead of word is supposed to be a just a single string outside of quotes, and then string is supposed to be a string with white spaces supported that is in a in quotations, and then greedy string is a string without quotations that supports white space, but it's supposed to be at the very last argument type. So you gotta make that the last argument type if you use the greedy string. So anyways, let's see if this works here. And then I also gotta fix the cell, because for some reason the balance or something is null. And then I had another goal for this stream. I wanted to make the the currency suffixes configurable for each language. Because that's a big thing that we want to do, which we can do easily. I just have to set that up. And I also recognize some people have dots instead of commas for okay, so there we go. Now we can set it to 1000. Set it to 1000, 1k, 0. There we go. So now it works. I just need to figure out why it's showing red when we try to use a comma. Alright, so that doesn't work because it's strict formatting. Did I comment out validate? Validate strict grouping? No, I did not. Okay, good. 1.5. Right. And it requires a suffix there. Okay. Alright. So let's see. The sell all command here has an error when we try to sell. That is because this here sell all, something in here is null. Let me just, I have nothing to sell. iStone 1. There we go. Now we can see the stack trace. In the stack trace here, amount given is null at the merge, but the merge comes from the merge all, and that comes from for each map in the auto cell manager merge all. Yeah. Where are we calling merge all though? Sell all line 187. Right here. Items to sell for each amount. Amount is long. That's the amount of the block that we're selling. So then sell. We merge all sell. Amount. Okay, so I think what's happening here is we need to say result dot default return value, and we want int 128.0 right there. That way it won't return null. Well, actually, no, we can't do that for that one. Currency balance result. We need to say go down, add amount to give. I'm saying amount to give is null right here. And currency balance result merge. What line are we at? 121? Right, so amount to give in the merge. We're not merging here. So what's making it null? This isn't null. This isn't null. This somehow is null here. The result balance, put new currency, amount to give, and tax taken. Data add amount to give. Okay, so we're adding the currency there. I did get the currency from selling the stone. See, so I do get the currency. What I don't get is, well, I think that means that this line is running, which is good. It means that after we put that to the result, and then we return the result from the cell. So the error is not happening here. Happening in the cell all somewhere with the merge. Cell all here, down here. Merge all when we sell it. So the cell is fine. But the result, merge all, in and out. So we're looping through here. Currency, put currency, new currency result balance, or balance result. But it's at this, the merge, that's null. Okay, right, because this, if we say new currency balance result, that's why. Yep. These two are null. So what we need to do is go down here and say we want these to be not null, and then simply say this int 128.0. So we want to pass in 0 for both of them there. So now they're not going to be null ever. That should solve that. Uses Discord syntaxes? What do you mean by Discord syntaxes? Discord just uses Markdown or to do like custom message formatting and all that. You mean you want it to look like Discord formatting, or? Run here. Yeah, that was the problem. And the reason this problem existed was because, again, I was using doubles before. So when I would call a new constructor without setting these two, they would just be 0 because they're a primitive and they can't be null. But now they're no longer a primitive type. Now they can be null. Now we have to pass in a value to make them not null when it's created. So okay, there we go. Oh, dang. Got nightbotted. There we go. Now it's over here. I can view your stuff. So you want, okay. Edit using files. Yeah, Nightbot is I think it's because you posted all those characters. Markdown. Yeah, that's Markdown. Yeah. I mean, they might have a little bit of a custom Markdown, but they do use Markdown at the basis at least. And so you're saying that you want like code blocks and yeah, but the single hashtag, the double hashtag, and the triple hashtag, that's all normal Markdown. It's like header, it's header 2 and header 3, and then obviously bold is 2 asterisks, bold italics is 3 asterisks, 1 asterisk is just italic. But the spoiler, that is, I believe that's custom to Discord as well. Yeah. The code block, I don't know if that's Markdown either specifically, but yeah, you have to implement that. But yeah, most of Discord stuff is just Markdown. Right, so it's thinking that this is an argument or something. And that's because we're using the string or word does not allow commas. It's a little annoying. Okay, let's see here. That is okay. It's a little annoying that we can't use commas, but we can use underscores. So maybe I should just remove commas because again, some people, some parts of the world use dots instead of commas anyways, and I think it would just be more neutral to just support underscores instead of commas anyways. So it's gonna remove commas from being supported at all. That way you don't need to separate it, but you can separate it with an underscore if you wanted. This shouldn't be like that, but it should just be like that. Any other comma stuff? It is. Okay. I think that's about it. Unless there's some comma, yeah, right here. Okay. Comma stuff. Alright. I think that's good. And then we'll have to remove commas from the examples, although we don't use the examples really for anything. Alright, and okay, we had an issue. Database cannot be cast to, okay, really, string data codec. Weird. It's saying that it can't cast it to a string data codec because it's in an unnamed module. That's very weird. We're gonna fix that somehow. I believe the currency module, it is relying on the database module. Yeah, right here. So that shouldn't be the case. Why is it saying an unnamed module? They're all in the database module. The data types. Specifically, they're right here. So from line 211. From right here. Oh, you know what? It's because we didn't check which one it is. That's why. For insert specifically, we forgot to do that, or I forgot to do that. Obviously we just need to say data codec T question. Actually, should be object question. T codec. Come on now. True. Alright, if codec instance of string data codec. String data codec. Then we just say you, go there, you. I just need it to be this. I need to move you up. And you need to be object, okay, and then okay, there we go. Alright. And actually instead of codec we use string data codec. And the reason we got this error is because it wasn't a string data codec, it was a byte array data codec, because it was the currency trying to encode that didn't work. That's why. Byte array codec. But yeah, I just called this string codec in my other areas. No? Oh yeah, set bytes. There we go. Perfect. That should do it. I believe everywhere else is already set up, right? Here's my other if else here. That should do it. Should fix it. And I already stopped the server. Okay. Alright. Hello, welcome in. I have not decided if I'll post it on like Spigot or Built by Bit for free or paid, but it will be open source for free. So the source code will be available for free, but I haven't decided if on the marketplaces it'll be free. Even if it's not free on the marketplaces, you can still get it from the source if you compile it yourself. It shouldn't be too hard because I've made it pretty easy to compile. There's no jar file dependencies that you would need to get. It's all there's not even any like libraries that are in my plugin or external libraries, so it would be really easy to compile if you know how to do it. So if you don't have money for it, but if it was to cost something, I would probably go like $15 or something, the minimum. Or 20, maybe 20. 20 sounds like a good deal. And that just depends on your take on this. Yeah, I would agree. Because I have actually been working on this pretty much all month, or all of January, pretty much. It's already February 8th. Yeah. But yeah, if you don't know, yeah, you can, and it's completely configurable as well. Like I can show you the config for it as well. Let me open that up. There's also multilingual support if you configure that. Not for menus currently, but for all the command messages. Modules, Omni tool, menu in this one here. Yep, there will be an API. I already have quite a bit of the API set up here. API module here. The enchants menu. This is what the default looks like right now. There's efficiency, fortune, flight, explosive, jackhammer, and nuke. You have, obviously you can left click to upgrade them. Yeah, probably. I'll probably make some boosters or multipliers. There's also, you can have multiple currency requirements per enchant if you wanted. So this one, efficiency, right now I've configured it to take both money and tokens, and it shows that when you try to upgrade them. And it also shows you which currency you don't have enough of. Like if I had money set 50 here, set $50. Now I can afford that. Now it's a green check mark instead of a red X for money. But still a red X for tokens because I don't have 100 tokens. So you see there. And then I can't afford any levels. So this is the max button. So if you can afford any amount of levels, you can upgrade to the amount that you can afford. Fortune, again, this one just costs tokens pretty much, and this is all configurable. Again, here's the enchant menu configuration. You choose which click type will open the menu, the upgrade menu. You have the title, the rows. This also supports placeholder API. The contents, this is just a static item. So there's a filler, slots 0 to 26. And there's obviously each enchant. So efficiency, fortune, you can display different lore, different item flags, and display name and material for the item. Bunch of generic setup stuff. And then the enchant upgrade menu, you have this all the lore formats here. If you can afford it, if you can't afford it, header and footer, and then the currency format. So how it displays each currency pretty much, if you can afford it, if you cannot afford it. There's more contents obviously right here, and then the upgrade items. This is like upgrade 1, upgrade 5 times, upgrade 10 times, and obviously upgrade the max amount of times here at the very end. You have different actions, so you can upgrade the enchant, you can play a sound when you upgrade, all this stuff, very configurable. I will add that. It's not in yet. But yeah. So here's all the language stuff. All messages are configurable as of right now. There's a prefix up here. And this is just the EN file. You can make another file for a different language and have that automatically switch determining on which locale a player has set in their settings here. But yeah, we'll have, I'll have the ability to create as many rank tracks as you'd like. So like ranks, prestige, rebirth, you can make those all yourself if you want. And then that would include pickaxe leveling as well. And you could even add like pickaxe XP as another currency, because right now you can already create as many currencies as you want as well. Let me just show you the format of my plugin sorter here. This is the plugin sorter right now. You got the main config, you got some schematics here to load, so like private mine and stuff. You got modules. This is all the module configuration. There's menus, you can create custom menus. And you can open them from like Bamboo menu example, custom menu that I set up here as an example. There's locale again, multiple languages. There's a database just for temporary right now. It's just SQLite right now, but I'll add more settings there. Obviously modules. There's autosell or autosell.yml and the prices, which you can have multiple currencies per block. So like stone gives both tokens and money, or you just do one. Then there's backpacks. I have backpacks in here as well. You can create as many backpack types as you want. There's a progress bar. You can open a dialogue when you right click it. Let me just show you. Backpack. Common. You got a common backpack. It holds like 9 slots, 9 stacks. By default. Here's the dialogue when you right click. Not much to it at the moment, but they do work. Store what you mine. There's, you know, make however many backpacks you want with different materials and stuff. There is, what else do we have here? Yeah, the currencies. So currencies.yml, you got tokens and money right now. I haven't implemented Vault support yet, but I did make it to where you can do that in the API. I just need to do that. But yeah, this is the minimum configuration for a currency. And then you can obviously, you could set a minimum and a maximum as well, if you wanted. Those are optional though. That's all explained up here. Then there are, besides currencies, there's also the enchants right here. These are just different configuration for each enchant. Like efficiency, you know, how much does it cost of which currency, the max level, the color that will be on the pickaxe. The pickaxe lore. There's other explosive, for instance, has a color, base chance per level, like how much chance is it to increase per level. The max level, there's different actions you could put on it. So like play a particle, like play the explosion particle at the block that you broke. There's upgrade costs, obviously. Then I even implemented different shapes for it as well. So you could do a cuboid shape, a sphere shape, or even a pyramid shape in your explosive enchant. And there's different configuration for each one. Obviously, Blight, Fortune, Jackhammer, and Nuke as well. Those are just the default enchants created in the core itself, and you can configure them. But yeah, for the Omni tool is where the enchant menu is and the current configuration for it. So you can give on first join, return on death, lock to inventory, open the right the enchant menu, like which click types it will work for. You can define the default Omni tool. So you can put custom enchants on it, like efficiency or fortune, whatever. And then there's the lore configuration for it. And then yeah, for mines, it's pretty simple. I made it so you can configure the spawn point of the server so that whenever they delete their mine and they're in their mine, it'll kick them to the spawn. So you could set the spawn to a certain world. You can use that world's spawn point if you wanted to, or you can set the specific coordinates. There's a ratio to refill their mine when it goes below this ratio. And then this is the mine type configuration down here. We just have standard. This is the private mine schematic. It has how many times you can expand it. And then it has the starting size. So you just specify the 2 corners of the starting area. And then you specify which blocks are in it. And what's the weight of those blocks as well. Yeah, so schematics are relatively simple. For example, if I just go up here. Right, this is one of my schematics. I just paste it in. And I make sure that I'm facing south just because I want them to face south when they get teleported to the mine world. And then you don't need any rails or anything in here. You just specify like, okay, so what coordinates do I want the thing to be at? But it is also relative to the world spawn. And by that I mean, if I do mine delete, I don't have one. If I do worlds mines, there we go. Oh, okay. Kicking me out. Okay. Basically the mine world is just a block of bedrock at 0.640. And then whenever you create a mine, it'll teleport you to that bedrock block. But it will show your mine type, not the bedrock. Like the bedrock should be right here, but it's showing your mine type for that schematic. And it's always going to face you south pretty much. So that's why you want it to face south when you copy the schematic. But all you need to do is copy it with, is create the schematic with like fast adjusting world edit. Make sure it's in the sponge v3 schematic format. And then you want to go to 0640 and then go to the mine and get the coordinates for the starting area. Because otherwise it won't be correct, right? These are relative to 0640. So like 0 right now I'm at 2. So if we go to -4, pretty much, you know, yeah, I think you get the point. But yeah, it's pretty simple. I can make a tutorial on it when I release it. But yeah, so it's not that difficult. But these are all, if you didn't know, these are all fake blocks here. These are not real blocks. So it's packet-based private mines right now. And I also implemented visiting other players' mines, mining with them, mine privacy. So you could do like you can make your mine private, kick everybody else out. You can make it invite only, so only the people you invited to your mine can stay there, or you can make it public, and so that way anybody can go to your mine and mine in it. And I also implemented mine taxes. So anyone mining in your mine will have to pay you a tax for any specific currency that you set it to. Like I can do mine tax, and I can select which currency I want to set a tax for. So tokens, and I do like 50%. Then I don't have, then they would only have to pay 50% of the tokens that they make in my mine. They wouldn't have to pay any money. But if I do, I can also set a tax on money as well. So yeah, currency specific taxes, visiting other players' mines. Obviously, I'm gonna go ahead and apply efficiency here. But yeah, so here you go. This is the mining right here. Yeah. Hopefully it shouldn't take too much longer. I just have to make sure that it works, right? There's a lot of testing involved, and you did mention beta testers. Yeah, that would actually be really helpful, especially if you're able to stress test it with multiple players. Because I have not done any stress testing yet, but from my experience, it's pretty good so far. And obviously, I can expand my mine here to the max expansions as well. Let's do jackhammer here. I configured it to activate on every block broken. So as you can see here, there's that. There's also auto sell. Yeah, it's pretty quick so far, but I'm only mining for myself, right? And I think when I expand it, I have to update the amount of blocks that are in their mine. I think that's a bug I gotta fix. 30 players, that'll probably be good. A good starting point to test, yeah. But I think that there's a little more. I don't know. I'm trying to get it to a good point before I start handing it out for people to test. Speaking of which, I gotta make sure I gotta fix that bug real quick, which was from the refill or mine expand command. Because right now we're expanding it, but we're not updating the amount of blocks that are now in their new mine region. So that way it keeps resetting because it's going below the ratio. To expand. Okay, right, and there's just a little counter that I have here. Total blocks. So that way it's easier to calculate the empty ratio. I need to update when I expand it, which I just haven't done, I guess. I need to update the total blocks here, basically. So right here, I just need to say mine manager, update total blocks for this player and that mine type. There we go. And this will get their current expansion, which is now just already set right here. There we go. That should fix that bug. But yeah, there's this jackhammer. Let me show you explosive. It's pretty cool. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect and relog. That should also update my total blocks broken as well, so I don't have to restart the server quite yet. There we go. So, you know, jackhammer, mine refill, let's say explosive, level 100, boom. Here, level 1 would obviously be smaller of a radius. But yeah, there's explosive. Yeah. And then there's nuke as well. Just that. I had it play that little sound when you break, when it activates as well. It's pretty quick. At least testing with one person. Again, I haven't tested with more than 2 people, which is just 2 of my own accounts. But yeah. And the refill is on a 5-second timer, depending on if you're a global 5-second timer as well. So like you might nuke it and then it would refill instantly because the 5-second global timer just passed, but I don't really think that's much of a problem. And then I made a little backpack here. Ultra. Give myself. They all store 1 million blocks. Alright, and then auto cell. Disable that. Break the mine. You see, pretty instantly puts them all in the backpack here. And then they'll all and clears them out. But yeah, so there's not much more I need to do before I start going to tests or passing it out, but they're, again, I don't know, I'm trying to, because I did do the starting pickaxe, I believe. But yeah. Oh yeah, I do need to fix, or I do need to finish the on equip and on unequip enchants. So while they do work, they're not fully like foolproof yet. I just did a little basic implementation of them to show it off. Yeah, so that should be fixed. Balances, I don't know if you were here for that. I just changed my balances to allow like up to a non-alien. So I could do like 1N, and I have a non-alien tokens, which is 1 with 30 zeros. So that should work, I believe. I have to disconnect, save it, and then reconnect. It's really hating authenticating. Yeah, there you go. Whole non-alien. In terms of supporting items that are for custom pickaxe skins, that's completely just custom model data dependent, and you should be able to do that, yeah. But in terms of the blocks in the mines, there's no items that are for Nexo or any custom blocks in the mines yet. Mainly because I haven't looked at their API quite yet, and I don't have Nexo either to work with their API. I'll have to see if there's a public API for that one. I do have items that are, but I don't have Nexo to test either. I think that'll have to come later, like maybe after release or something though. So that's not a huge priority at the moment. There we go. Again, I do have to add the Volt currency support as well, which is just simply, I need to hook into Volt API and make a currency provider for it. That's all. So I can do that. I can have native Volt support in the plugin. Okay. Alright. Yeah, okay, so we fixed that bug. We fixed the database issue, the new data type that I'm using for balances. Oh yeah, right now it only supports 1.21.10 as well. I haven't added any 1.21.11 code yet, so I'm gonna have to do that as well before release. Okay. All right. So what else do we need to do here? What was on the agenda? I was trying to. Oh yeah, I wanted to make the currency suffixes configurable. That means we need to go to our formatter here. And I need to set the suffix from config, and that means you're down here. I'm just gonna say currency locale. It's gonna be final. Make it a private constructor so you can't create a new instance of it. And now, well, strings here. So we'll say a million. We can say currency suffix non-million. Right. Of course, you have to say it's a lang key as well. All right. So we have that. We need octillion. And what we can actually do is say let's just say C. That way we could just say C plus, right? Octillion, septillion, sextillion, okay. After that is quintillion and quadrillion. And yeah, quadrillion. Yeah, I have a lot of plans for this plugin. I need to obviously do ranks and then multipliers. I need to do like global and personal multipliers. There's other stuff too, like maybe pickaxe crystals or something. I don't know. I did actually make a crystals plugin for BambooPrison a while ago, but it was for someone's setup. So they were the ones selling it. You had to get their setup to have it. Okay. There we go. And now we need to add that to our locale file. I'll probably add it all the way at the bottom here. Let's see, suffix nonillion is N. Keep forgetting what they are. Octillion. O. Septillion. S. Sextillion. Lowercase s. Quintillion, quadrillion, quintillion, capital Q, quadrillion, lowercase q, trillion, billion, million, trillion, T, million, B, million and 1,000 K. There we go. Now that'll load those. Right. Now these are all configurable. Now I need to go here and load those. Basically on reload. Okay. Now remove the suffix from the constructor. Remove that. This could be non-final now. Okay, and now I need to. Well, actually, I just say suffix 0 right there. Say public static void on reload. Oh, actually, we can't even store them. We have to get them from the message handler for each one. So we can't even store the suffix here, actually. But what we can do is say suffix player. Because we're getting the suffix for that player's locale. Currency locale dot public string get locale. Make this private. Switch this. Case 9 million. Wait, it should make this a return switch. There you go. 9 million. Octillion. Right. Yeah, okay. Hello, welcome in. Okay. Don't really have much to say about that. Really. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what you're doing there. I don't know what you mean, my guy. To be honest. Is it a poem? Yes, I guess it's good for a poem. The reason I'm confused is because you just come into the chat and start writing it. Like, this is not a poetry stream. That's why I'm a little confused. Okay, there we go. 10? Alright. confused because you just randomly came into my stream and started posting a poem. A coding stream, that's why I'm confused. First string, first length, 0, return first car at, oh actually I can just say car at. And get first car at 0, there we go. Welcome back, Vezzy. Okay, this is a bit weird here. I can't get them from the suffix because we're not storing the suffix anymore. We also had to pass in the player, which we do actually pass in the player for this. So suffix player, there we go. That's pretty simple. Alright, if M is empty, return 0. Way too fast now, AI, yeah. Yeah, see, I didn't buy ChatGPT Plus. I don't have enough money for that, to be honest. They actually just gave me a month for free. That's what I've been using. It expires in a couple days, but you know, it is what it is. I don't think we can use this. The problem here. We're gonna have to find out another way to get the placement from suffix or something. Yeah, we're no longer storing suffixes. To be honest, I don't know, I kind of doubt that. It depends on the college, obviously, but for me, it depends on the class, because each instructor has a different view on it, I guess. Some of them are like, oh, if you use it, you're disqualified entirely, you're going to get academic dishonesty, you're going to yada, 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 yeah, blah, blah, blah. But then other people are like, yeah, just use AI for this, because, you know, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, okay, well, that's interesting. So, oh yeah, I also forgot a message. There's a specific message I forgot. I don't remember what exactly. A lot for decals? Oh boy. Oh yeah, select currency. That's what I forgot. Probably invalid too. You use text to speech with it? Huh. Just type out things. Let's see, what am I doing here? Got distracted. Right, I gotta fix the locale here. There's a select and invalid. I think my thing is just using errors, like down here. I need to change. If that's the case, then that means it's setting down here somewhere. No? These are in here. Wait. Oh, currency select amount. That's what I need. Right. Right. I don't think I did that anywhere. Yep, there it is. There you go, now we have the message shown. Business edition, yeah. That's interesting. They got so many different models and stuff. I don't know. Honestly, I know AI is good. It's a good search tool, but I can't fully justify what exactly, you know, what else it's doing, all the other effects that it has on us, like the absolutely insane price of RAM, the insane amount of like RAM prices are just are insanely high right now. And even Nvidia was saying like, oh, we're gonna have our graphics cards delayed, even we might even miss this year, etc, etc. And they were saying, oh yeah, but we're gonna focus more on AI rather than the consumer. I'm like, man, it's just stupid. Like everyone is so focused on AI, but it's like, come on, man, don't forget about the people that actually use the AI. They're consumers too. It's stupid. Okay, where am I looking at? I'm looking at... No. What am I looking at? Oh yeah. Man, cereal. Okay, so the suffix, we can't really check that because... Yeah. Can't get from suffix. I think what we need to do is somehow get the player in here. Which we absolutely can do, actually. It's pretty simple. Well actually, isn't it? Right, we can do a parse method for the player. We could do a default, we could just get the default. There's no player. Well, no, because it's gonna call this one regardless. Actually, no, because this context, well, it's context get argument. Okay. So how can we ensure they can use their own currency prefixes in here, or suffixes? There's an interesting dilemma here. Well, I just have to settle on default English suffixes, to be honest. And just have those for displaying. Okay, in that case, this will need their default suffixes back. Or we just remove suffix support from the command. Which is a little annoying. I don't want to have to do that. Let's see here. Oh gosh. Okay. Alright, so this is saying using the suffix. Okay, right. Yeah. Okay. There's an option to map the suffixes to, like... Okay, I think we might have to do that. Because... yeah, we're gonna have to use, like, static suffixes for the command stuff. Right, static. Actually, yeah, public static placement nullable here. Placement from suffix. Screw it, I'm just gonna say this. Okay, and then switch. Actually, I could just say return switch here. Bolt. No. Okay, now case K. 1000. Million. Case B. Billion. E. Trillion. Okay, I'm basically doing the opposite of the switch up there. 2 trillion. Q. Quintillion. S. Right. Octillion. We want that N. Or not alien, there we go. That's just gonna have to be what we do there. I like to have them ordered like this here. Alright. NOSSQQTBNK. Alright. Alright, so that is gonna have to be that. And then we want the is suffix again. We're gonna want our map again. Suffixes. I should think I wanted a, yeah, that's fine. Actually. So N O S S U Q T B M and K. Yep, there we go. Now we go back down, we could say return suffixes contains C. There we go. Now we're gonna use this in there. What about the get? There's that, but okay, we are still doing that. Alright. I think that's just gonna have to be how it is. Oh. Alright. I see the problem is. Okay, I do not want you to rename all of them. Current pile. Still doing it. Still doing it. I don't want you to do that because now I gotta go through my code and change everything. I don't want you to do. I want to rename this one file. So why are you trying to rename everything? Exclude, 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 exclude. Okay, right, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we do want those. Okay. Hope that works. There you go. Now you're fine. And you are fine. Where are you? Okay. Okay. You have a problem up here. Get rid of you. Okay. So now when we go to our 128 formatter, we go over right there. That should already give the suffix for that player's language or locale. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that should do it. And when I do commas, like the commas format, it already relies on the player locale for the decimal format symbol, at least. Yeah. Hopefully that should already do that stuff. Alright. Go ahead and put that new version in there. Put that back where it was. Alright. We're making progress. A little progress. But I would like to do ranks at some point. Maybe right after this. I'm not 100% sure. I still gotta fix the on-equip and unequip enchants, because currently there's not all edge cases tested there to equip it. The tokens set 1,000 tokens, right? One. Okay. So that's another thing. You know what? I don't think we actually put them down here. Nope. So we gotta do that. Here we go. And I want to reload. I'm gonna make it so I can reload just the Lang as well. That'll help. Okay, so that is still nulled a bit. Okay. Oh, you know why I didn't? Okay, I know why. I know exactly why. And that explains why it didn't automatically put in the default keys there either. Because in here I need to register the currency or the locale. Lang. Here we go. Register. There we go. Currency suffix locale class. There we go. Now that should be registered. And we can test that out as well. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna be honest, not sure how much longer I'm gonna be streaming, but I do want to keep working on the plugin. We'll see. Because we gotta lay out how we want ranks to work. And that's the real kicker there. Also, notice last time I streamed, Twitch, like, broke for a second, and pretty much split the stream into two, with the second one only being like 20 minutes long, which is fortunate, but it happens. Hopefully everything's going good. Seems like it. Okay. Now we can go back and try that again. Oh my god, server. Alright, there we go. There we go, 1K, alright. $1 mil. 1 bill. 1 trill. Oops. Tokens, yep, alright. 1 Q. 1 Q. 1 S S O N. There we go. What happens if I do like 1000 N, which is 100 N? So I mean, it can go up to it. What about QU? Not sure what you mean QU. Offline now? No, I'm gonna keep going, I think. QU as in the currencies? Now this is how I see the currency suffixes as. You got, it starts at K, M, B, T, lowercase q for quadrillion, capital Q for quintillion, lowercase then uppercase, and there's octillion and nonillion. Yeah, what did it say? Either delete a message. Oh, quintillion QU / QI. Quadrillion Q / QA. Yeah, I have it configurable, but I don't have it enabled to have more than nonillion right now. But it looks like I can store over a nonillion. How much more can I really go? So that's like already pretty big. It just keeps going. Okay, that looks like it is too big. There. That's 10. So I can't go more than that. So I can't go more than 100,000 nonillion. So that means we need to add 2 more or 3 more places, I believe. Let me actually just make sure that this can save, right? There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 zeros past the N. If I was to relog, does it save that? Yes, it does. So it looks like we can store that much more. So that's actually a big win there, because nonillion is already a 1 with 30 zeros behind it. So what comes after nonillion? Yeah. Yep. 2 to the power 128 minus 1. Yep, that's exactly how big we can go. No, yeah, you're right. It's literally how I set it up as well. I did. I put that in the comments of it as well. The range of the INT 128 is -2 to the 127th. 2 to the 127th minus 1. So it's not actually 128, it's actually 127. Apparently. To the power of 127. Okay, so yeah, we can add more pretty easily. We just have to set that up. Yeah. I mean, let's see what's 2 to the 127 and 2 to the 128. I remember you did factor in the sign bit with the -1, so. Trying to look for where I asked about the different amounts. And the thing is, I'm using the suffixes as characters, which I might want to change at least for display, but for this stuff, it's checking the characters, so I can't really do more than one character for the suffix there. I think that's probably why other prison servers have like lowercase q, capital Q instead of QA or QI. It's because where is it? Okay, I searched the whole thing. All right. We can go to one. Probably, but you really shouldn't need to, you know, go that high. So I think I can go up to undecillion. Or 10 to the 38 something. I don't know. Let's see. After nonillion is decillion of 33. And undecillion is 36. Right, so there's decillion and undecillion at least. And then there's duodecillion after undecillion. But I don't know if we can go up that high because it's saying we can go up to 100 undecillion, which is 10 to the 38. Because 10 to 37 would be 10 decillion, and then one undecillion is 10 to the 36, and then 10 to 37, 10 to 38. So I think that's the highest we can go. We'll have to check. So after I add that, ordered and decillion. Decillion, okay. You want D and U there, okay. Base decillion. Yeah, add it there as well. Okay, obviously. Undecillion. There we go. Okay, and then anywhere else, I need to add this stuff here. Case D, decillion. Case U, undecillion. There we go. That should support it now. But yeah, if you use a string, then probably. But you really shouldn't have to go up so high. Right, I have to build it here. Okay. All right. Have a good one, Busy. I gotta change Nightbot because they're symbol warning. Pretty sure. Oh my goodness. Yeah, symbol. I gotta change the symbol warning because 2 people got all their messages deleted for symbol warnings. Bit, a bit overzealous. When you. It says 1C, which is not correct. You know why? Because I didn't add them there. You and this goes. Nope, come on. Here we go. Load, okay. No one you. And you. 100 you. Yeah, so can't go higher than undecillion. So there's our limit. Just much like substantially higher than the normal limit of quadrillion. 90 negative 100 U. Negative 10 U. No. Can't set. Yeah, cannot be less than 0. That's why. So we gotta test that out. So integer. Currency command. There you go. Operation. No. Amount here, yeah. So I set the limit to 0. So I'm actually gonna say min value here. Could actually set the minimum in here. I'm gonna do that, I think. Min value, okay. That way, this operation here, this also needs to pass in the min value. There we go, and then up here, obviously, we want to say that we can do int 128.min value, but then this we want 0 to be the min value. As well as for give and take, we want it 0 to be the minimum. Or we can actually try. We do 1. Yeah, let's do 1. You have to at least give them 1. Does that make sense? Why would you give or take 0? Okay. Now we can restart that. So now we can set negatives, hopefully. I haven't tested negative balances yet. Or actually, should just set it to the minimum of the balance, which is default to 0, I believe. So we would have to change the minimum balance if we want to do that. It shouldn't be a problem. So if I was to say, no, I can. Oh yeah, no, C sets to 0. That means I'm going to go down to our currency module here. And for this minimum, I want it to be Right, there's 36 zeros, I believe. No, 38. Yeah, there's 38 right there, I believe. Oh, okay. Don't know if reloading them works then? I have to make sure there's a string. Probably it. Maybe. Nope. No, okay. Maybe I have to restart. Which is interesting. But we can pass the negative in there, which is a good sign. We're set. We just can't go set it below 0 right now. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now I have the negative. So I can set it to negative. There we go. And set, we can give -1. 0, yep, so I have to give at least 1. There we go. Alright, so those things work. Alright, let's see. Okay, what else should we work on? Let's, before we move on to ranks and everything, everything for the currency stuff should be good. Let's fix the on-equip and unequip enchants. And by that I mean you can one. Yeah, so obviously it will do nothing if you're not in the mines world, right? If we go to the mine, I have to re-equip it. Level currency. You see, that would be a good solution if you didn't have to have commands like rank up and stuff like that. Or like max rank up and have commands or actions execute when you rank up to give rewards and stuff, or to expand their mine or something like that. But what you can do is, like, if I make like a pickaxe leveling rank, I can make a blocks mined currency to add as a requirement for that rank up. So yeah, you can do currencies obviously in conjunction with that. But yeah, so now I can fly and stuff, and it does do that when I unequip it, but if I was to remove it, I can still fly. So I gotta do that. I gotta sort out that edge case. If I was to go to spawn, I can still fly. I gotta do that as well. So on world change and stuff. Interval. I'm not quite sure what you mean. But let's tell these things. You mean like auto rank up on interval? Yeah, that's true. But I think it would just be better to do a rank up thing, because like if you want to do like, oh, I ranked up once, you need a currency to rank up, another currency to rank up. I think it would just be good to separate them, to be honest. Because if we do ranks as currencies and we do like, oh, require this currency, then that means any currency could require another currency, and or it could be a rank, and I think that's just confusing to some people. People might be confused, and we don't want them to be in the same config either. Yeah, if you want, you can join the Discord. It's in the description, and you can send a config example if you want. But I think I'm gonna do ranks separate, so I have different leveling tracks. So, because it's just inherently like a different type of feature. I mean, also we don't need ranks to use the int 128 data type. They could just use long, because you're not gonna have decimal ranks or anything. Have a long rank. Okay, right. Don't need to be in common. What we need to be in is our enchant module. And actually, I think it might be my Omni tool as enchant listener, because it requires the Omni tool. Yeah, here we go. Enchant equip listener. So first edge case we have to. So obviously we have on item held and swap hands. So let's see. Yeah, if you swap hands, then you can like fly and stuff. So that's good. But those are the only two cases that we're checking for. We have to check for like inventory click event and stuff. We're gonna actually do world change event. Change world event on world change, right? So event player. So when they change worlds, we need to check if they're going into the there's the from, and we could just get the current world they're going to from the player itself. Player get world. So there we go. There's to and from. So if mine. Alright, okay. Does the mine module and an Omni tool? No. Does enchants? Yeah, but that shouldn't be a problem. And this, I've been thinking about this a lot recently, because we have all these modules depending on the other ones to access their stuff. I was thinking we should just, like, maybe it might be better to just do a depend on the API and get them through the API, get the other module stuff through the API. I was thinking about doing that, so I might do that. I might switch it up to that off stream just to make it a little less coupled, a little more decoupled, I guess. But I haven't decided on that yet. 100%. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But that would mean that we would need that same config for every currency, even if it's not a rank. And so that would just messy it up a bit more. It would just be good to separate them. Because that would mean that every currency is a rank. But obviously not every currency is a rank. Or that would mean every rank is a currency, but not every currency is supposed to be a rank. Okay. This means that they're going to the mine world. That's all we really care about. Yeah, but I don't necessarily think he used currencies as I don't think he used levels as currencies either though. He separated them. So they're to the mine world and they are get player, get item in hand, get inventory. Final item stack. We'll get well actually this inventory. Item in main hand if item if it's not that then we just return. Okay, so to the mine world, we need our handle. Equip true. We can just say else, put false. We can say else if this is mine world. No, okay. Got to create another one here. There we go. And we can actually just return here and not make this a else statement. So, okay, this is the on world change. Let's go ahead and test that before I move further. Okay. Build. The plugin is still under 1 megabyte in size, so that's great. Okay. Join. No, it should not be over 1 megabyte. That's what I mean. It's actually right now it's only like 600. Well, let me see. It's 687 kilobytes right now. It's under a megabyte. Why should it not be over 1 megabyte? Nothing happens. It's just the bigger the file size, obviously, the more disk space you're gonna need. Like, if you have multiple plugins that are like massive in file size and you have less space to work with, and it might take longer to load and all that stuff. It's not a big deal, but like for example, if you were to implement a library into your plugin, then that's obviously going to bloat the file size up a lot because you have to add that entire library into it. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much, but it matters in other areas like when you're downloading. If it's a smaller file, it's going to take less to download, less time to download. Yeah, I mean, other people might not have a server with a terabyte of disk space, but 99% of the time they're gonna have enough room for it. But you know, you never know. It's just nice to have. It's nice to see a smaller number in the file size, especially because my plugin it's just all my own stuff. There is no external libraries being implemented into my plugin right now. I don't even rely on any other plugin right now. As you can see, these are the only plugins I have on my server. And I don't even rely on fast assessing world edit to paste in the schematics. I actually have my own schematic reader that reads the format that fast assessing world edit saves to by default, and then it just loads that from that. It just reads that. I don't even rely on the fast assessing world edit API in my plugin. It's just like, oh, I do it all myself basically. I don't use protocol lib or packet events or anything either. There's less stuff to worry about. Anyways, so if I change worlds, I should now no longer be able to fly. Yeah. And if I go back, I should be able to fly. Yep, there we go. So that works. That's good. And obviously, if I was to do this, I can't fly. And so if I go spawn, it should be the same thing. Can't fly. Yep. So that's a good. That one's done. This should be good enough, but obviously I haven't tested like every single thing. And now comes the on inventory click. Event get who clicked player return. There we go. So if in mine world player, let's see, final item stack, item get, I believe it's get current item. Now if it's not that, then we can return. I actually have that, so I want to rename this item and then just Omni tool because I already have an instance of it. Here we go. Okay. If they are not in the mine world, then we can return. Otherwise, we need to handle player item false to do that. So if it's the current item, that means if they clicked on it and they're now holding it, then you should cancel the thing. But we also need to do the reverse, like if they put it into their main hand. Slot, get slot. Get inventory, right? Inventory, get main. Hello? Oh, right. Player inventory. Just get item in main hand, which I guess we'll just have to do. Well, slot, get held item slot. There we go. That's what we want. Then we can say handle player item true and return. And there we go. Otherwise, it will cancel it out. Okay, so let's test that now. And again, if they're not in the mine world, it shouldn't do anything. Because it doesn't make sense to do anything. Technically, we're running the enchants when we handle it. Okay. We can fly, take it up. Okay, see, that should have canceled it. Okay, so I think we need to reevaluate what's happening here. When we click it off, okay, you know what we need to say? This is the current item. Currently in the clicked slot. So that's why. I'm gonna say cursor. Alright, let's test that. If it still doesn't work, then we gotta check a little bit more, but that's not a problem. I built that, right? I always forget when I like right after I build, I'm like, wait, did I build? Even though I might have just built, but I don't think I did in this case. I'm not sure. Okay. Here we go. Alright. Okay, and I need an unjoin as well. So that still does not quite work. Although it does work when I put it into my hand. But it does not work if I was to, oh yeah, and then that also. But okay, so essentially it only cancels it out when I actually place it. So I guess we could keep it like that. So if they're holding it, then it's fine. But I don't know. Let's see. Let's just say the slot they clicked on equals to the held slot, and they're holding the. Okay. I think what we're gonna have to do is say rename this to cursor. I'm gonna say item. Let's move this up here. Item in the main hand. So we can remove this. We actually want to keep this if statement above all the way up here. Okay, so we have the cursor and the held slot and the slot. If slot equals held slot. And is Omni tool held. And we actually want to cancel it because that means that they just clicked on the Omni tool to pick it up. And we want to pass held in here. Okay, now what's the reverse of that, right? So this should be if I pick it up and I'm holding it. Then actually, shouldn't we be able to just check the cursor? No. I think this is right. But what do we do about actually equipping it, right? If no, okay. So what we're gonna have to do is I'm just gonna. I don't know. Why am I? It's so confusing here. So we have their inventory, the cursor. Go ahead and move this down because I don't need that yet. So if they click on this slot, the Omni tool in, and it's an Omni tool. Okay, wait, no. Click on held slot. Held item is Omni tool on equip. Okay, right. Let's see here. All right, so what's the opposite? So right now we just did this, so that should cancel. But then what happens when we want to say the cursor is the Omni tool? All right. No, where am I? Don't do that. Up here. Yeah. So we want to say if the cursor is the Omni tool, if slot equals held slot, then we can equip. There, I think that's what we want. Let's try that. Sometimes the logic is just a little too confusing. A lot to think about sometimes. You're trying to work through like so many variables and everything. Okay. Okay. Good. Cannot fly. Can fly. That is good. Hmm. Okay, I see. So now we need to handle that, and that would also be an inventory click event. There also is get action. I'm just gonna check with quick type. Sure. Okay. If we can return here if click type equals click type dot swap offhand, however. Well, actually, this will cancel out. Not equal. I think this is just what we're gonna say. And that means that they have to click on that. Because the clicked slot. Well, the cursor. Okay, so it wouldn't be the cursor, is the thing. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Just getting real confusing here, right? Let's see. Let's see. Out of their hand. It will cross. But if they place it back in their hand, true. But if it's in their offhand and they pop offhands into back into their hand, their inventory, not call true. Right. All right. See. That's not what I want. I want the inventory click. Okay, this is, I think it's doing too much here. Okay, right. So we have cursor and stuff. Let's say click type. All right. That is this one here. Actually, I think that's also this stuff here. All this is left click, right? Okay. Left or right click. And so let's quickly test this before I move on here. And also, let's add the on join as well. Player join event. In mine world. In mine world. Return. They're not. Stack. Item. Get inventory. Get item in main hand. Omni tool is omni tool item. And we can handle player. There we go. I should do that. That should be fixed there. Okay. So we have to test the join now, which should be easy enough. Then we have to test the clicks to make sure that works. So, make sure that still works. Okay. So there you go, the join works. I joined, I'm in my world. I got the flight. And then if I was to relog here, not holding the mine tool. Cannot fly, can fly. Spawn. Alright. Make sure I don't get flight when I join. Correct. Same thing if I'm not holding it, it just shouldn't even do anything. There we go. Alright. This is good. On world change as well. Where's mine? There we go, perfect. Alright, now let's say click out. Click there, alright. Yep. Alright, that still works. This is exactly what we want. But this stuff does not work. That's what we need to change, right? And also the number keys. You have to support the number keys. And actually, I think you have to support shift click. Oh, actually, we can't shift click it. Can't shift click, which is interesting. I think it's another listener doing that. Which I'm gonna have to fix that as well, because that's not how I want that to work. The return, this one works if click type equals click type dot swap offhand. Okay, that means we need the item in the inventory, get item in offhand. Now we can say if tool is omni tool off and right, and I believe we still need to click slot. and the health slot, actually. So let's just put those back up there. And slot, put health slot, handle player, offhand, true. And then we return. Otherwise, you need final item stack in hand. In hand. We need to set this to false. And we can return right here for future proofing. Alright. So now let's test this. I'm 100% sure that's exactly the right logic that we need, but that's why we're testing. So. And there's a lot of cases to check for in this type of thing. And I believe it's the lock omni tool. Maybe it's the return listener here. It's preventing the inventory click. This one, move to other inventory. Now to look at that when we're done with this one. So this does not work. Our logic. This is if it's in the offhand. Put it there, right? Yeah, that one works, but I don't like the idea of making it not being able to be moved at all, because then that restricts it to one slot, and then that one slot is forever taken up. Yeah. Yeah, I do have options to lock it to the inventory, just not to the specific slot, because I don't like locking it to a specific slot, and that's just a lot more education to check for. But yeah, I already have options to lock it to the inventory. It just doesn't make sense to add another option to lock it to a specific slot. I know some prison servers are like really like locking it to a slot. I just don't get the whole point of that. Like, what's the point of locking it to one slot? Okay, let's print out stuff. Click slot. Build slot. Okay, I'm gonna print that out there. And we could print out the quick type as well. There you go. You should do it. But yeah, I already made it so you can't take it out of your inventory or put it in another container. So that should be sufficient enough, in my opinion, for other server owners to, you know, don't have to lock it to a specific inventory slot or hotbar slot. Because, like, what if a player doesn't want it in that specific slot? They'll have to, you know, they'll just have to deal with it. And while I am thinking about server owners, I'm also thinking about player experience too. That's very important. And I know that I should leave the player experience on the server owner, but This is just that one feature that just like doesn't make any sense to have if we already have locked to inventory. I mean, you know, it's just one of those things. I know I keep repeating myself, but okay. Right. So I am getting the same held slot equals clicked slot. Clicked slot is now no longer the held slot. So then why? New log. It is not offhand. Actually, what I can do here is make it a bit easier. New main slot. We'd say success or failed, and then we could say to offhand. We could say oh, that's why I'm doing in hand. I'm doing offhand there. That's probably why. Whoops. I've seen that. That's probably why it's not working. Alright. We're gonna test that again. Simple mistakes. Okay. That's right. I wanted to do a bamboo reload command for locale. Just because it's currently don't have a command to reload specifically just the language. Locale. And locale here. So this will simply say locale manager instance on reload. I believe that should be everything. If I go to my main class, we check my on reload here. Yeah, locale manager. So there we go. That is that. Now all we need to do is go up here and say then reload locale. And that is done. So we can actually just build that and then don't have to worry about that anymore. I should just do that before we go and test this. Alright. Okay. Obviously, there we go. Let's test that by setting the reload command to a different color for a second. That does not appear to have worked. Oh, that's the wrong message, of course. Aqua. Yep, perfect, works. Now you can just reload the locale and you don't have to reload the whole plugin, just to reload the messages. There you go. And that way it's only 5 milliseconds or 3 milliseconds, whatever, instead of a whole second or almost 2 seconds. Anyways, we have this, we have that. Yep, there we go. Now it's working. Perfect. All right. Again, shift clicking, need to fix that as well. Okay. All right, we also need the number keys. Because right now, it's not working. All right, so number keys now. Return there. Not out here. Don't need to return there. Type dot number key. Get number key. No. Get hotbar button. There we go. There we go. All right. I should just return there, and we can actually do the same thing up here. We can return if it's not. There we go. Do that. Do we do anything like that up here? No, we do need to check that specifically up here. Okay. Well, actually, this I also check. Yeah. Well, and that's saying you can get rid of this now. I'm not canceling the event though. It's the thing. I am simply. I'm calling a method with a true or false, which you are raising a good point. I could just do that for instead of cancel. You could do a boolean, but it didn't work as a thing because there's different items. Like if it's left or right click, you gotta check if it's the held item or the cursor item, right? But if it's swap offhand, you gotta check if it's the offhand or the in-hand item, or if it's number key, then you gotta check, which hotbar slot they clicked on. And yeah, there's a bunch of different. It's just a lot of edge cases, pretty much. I know you shouldn't have to, and it should just work, but yeah, yeah. All right, so number key. Let's just say, well, hotbar item. I'm actually gonna say hotbar slot. Subject of a slot. That way I can just say this one is hotbar and inventory get slot get item from the hotbar slot. Right. So what's happening here? If the I'm actually gonna remove that there. Let's say if they click on the held slot, how's this logic? How's the logic gonna work here? Right. So if we don't click on the held slot and we click the number key of the item, then we have to cancel it. So if slot not equal held slot, okay, I think we need to do that here. Because that means that they clicked it out of there. Means you gotta handle cancel that. Yeah, and then the other case would be if the hotbar slot is the held slot. Well, actually, no. Yeah. If the hotbar slot is equals held slot. No. If hotbar equals held slot and there. Window clear. I might have done that completely wrong, but now, what am I checking for? If they are clicking this item, held slot equals, okay. Okay, what am I saying here? If they click outside of the held slot, inventory to main hand. Yeah. Then we need the reverse, right? Main hand to other slot. Other slot. That means this is the in hand. You can actually just say return here. Don't need to do anything. And so the slot that we need to check, if the hotbar slot is the held slot, then we need to main hand. This needs to be true. Okay, that's why I was getting confused here. Alright. Main hand to other slot, that would unequip it. Main hand, inventory to main hand would equip it. Okay, I think that's the gist. We just test that. Right. Server is starting. Stupid Yggdrasil public key thing error every time. Mojang. There we go. Okay, right. So 1. That did not work. Great. Okay, then what if I say 2? That works, but that does not. So putting it, I believe, putting it into the main hand works. So of course, this one does work. That means we need, this is wrong. Right. Main hand to other slot. Okay. Hotbar slot. Go ahead and just say that. not Omni tool. Alright. Some debugging here. Again, this I hate logic like this. There's so much edge cases you gotta check, and it's just always makes it hard to wrap your head around it. Alright, there we go. Also, I didn't say it, but welcome in Gary Harkin. Okay, well that didn't work. Saying health slot is 1, yeah, that makes the top bar slot is 0. But if it is this one, that to 2, right? So it is an Omni tool and it does not equal health. Okay, that's the problem. There we go. I believe that's the issue. It's just needed to invert that. Alright, so we can stop that there. Don't currently need this debugging anymore. Yeah, that double equals there. It should have been a little obvious, but again, I think my brain is turning to that point where it's like, I don't even know. So, happens when I'm doing this too long without much sleep, or when I'm not on a good sleep schedule, which is pretty much very often. I'm trying to fix that, but it's just hard to fix that, especially when I don't have somewhere to be every day. Unemployment for real. Okay, so that doesn't work. Why does that not work? That works, but then that doesn't work. What? Right, so there's that. That works. But then that does not work. But then what if I say 1? No. I think that, why did it work before? It's weird to me. What did I do there? Must be getting very confused right now. Unfortunately, that does happen a lot, and usually the best thing to do when you're... Okay, that's not... Why do you do this? Folder. File Explorer, okay. When you're coding and your mind starts like just going mush, it's usually good to step away and do something else for a bit and then come back later. And of course it's always better to have a good sleep schedule, you know, go to sleep at a normal time and go to sleep at a normal time and wake up at a normal time, and you're much better off. That works. Does not work. The module architecture, are you talking about all this stuff here? Like different modules? We're just talking about in general, like these are project modules here. Are you talking about project modules, or are you talking about different features in different modules? Well, this stuff, I don't remember where I learned it from. It was a long time ago, but I've just been doing the same thing ever since, pretty much. So this is your main module. You'll always have this. and you don't want any module. You don't want any other module to depend on this one. So every other module, all these modules up here, they cannot, absolutely cannot depend on this one, right? And the reason is because this module, this one here, your main module, it depends on every other module. That's why these can't depend on that one, because they all depend on this, or because this one depends on all the others. So you would need a common module, and that's what I have here. So every module here, except for the API and these two, so my NMS abstraction in common and API common, those don't depend on common, but every other module depends on common. Yes, that's called a circular dependency. If I had common depend on main, it would be a circular dependency because main depends on common. You have to avoid circular dependencies. Otherwise it just won't compile, because this one requires this one, but this one requires that one, and you know, it doesn't work. That's why you do a common module, to avoid circular dependencies. And also I use Gradle. So I have a build source folder here, and this allows me to create Gradle plugins. So the build source has its own build.gradle, and all that has in it is the Gradle plugin, Groovy Gradle plugin. And then inside that build source, there's another source, main, and Groovy. Then you put your Gradle plugins in there. So I have a common Gradle plugin, and that has all of my common dependencies like paperweight, placeholder API, Maven Central, placeholder API repository, the group and the version, the Java and paperweight plugin, the Java version. And then in my main build.gradle, I don't have those dependencies. Instead, I add my common plugin up here, and that automatically does that. So what you would do, so first off, the way you actually add these other modules to your jar is if I was to build it normally, even with these modules, they wouldn't get put into the jar. So you have to implement them manually in the main build.gradle. So you see I'm adding the API module to my project, I'm adding the NMS common and abstraction module to my project, I'm adding the common and the database and the GUI and the specific NMS version, and then all my other feature modules like currencies, autosell, enchants, omnitool, backpacks, and mines. I add those all manually. And when it comes to actually running the jar, you also have to have like an entry point for each module, and so you can make a structure for that. In my common here, common module, I have modules here. I have an interface. So for each module, they have their own module class that implements on enable, on disable, and on reload. And these all get called in my actual main class, specifically down here. Like I register each module here: currency module, enchant module, omnitool module, autosell module. Specifically just the feature ones, because the API module and the common module and NMS module, those are all handled elsewhere, or they don't need an entry point. And then obviously I call on enabled right here for those ones, and that when you register them depends on the load order of them. That's another way you determine load order. But yeah, if you have modules, each module also cannot depend on each other. If you have players depend on mines and mines depend on players, that won't work. You have to have some sort of workaround for that, like the common module here. For example, my omnitool module, it depends on the enchant module. So I have like the omnitool enchant command, I have that in the omnitool module instead of the enchant module. Yes, exactly. You register them in the order you want them to load, pretty much. I actually, now that you mention it, I don't actually even know if I have my registration in a linked list or linked map. Let me check that here. Module manager. Okay, no, it is a linked map. You have to make it a linked map because normal maps don't retain the order that you put them in. So a linked map will maintain the order of what was put in there first. Alright. And so you just loop through the map of modules and enable them and whatnot. Do whatever you need to do, pretty much. Not too complicated, but it does require a little more knowledge than just like basic Java. Reflection is normally used when you can't access something. Like, let me show you. My NMS stuff actually uses reflection. NMS factory right here. So what I do is, this is the only NMS related class in my common module. And my NMS abstraction module has a INMS handler interface. And that has all these other getters for other classes in that NMS abstraction module. So we have to implement the INMS handler in each version. So my 1.21.10 module here, it has its own NMS handler that implements the abstracted one. And so we have to set our INMS handler variable here to the specific version that we're using, and that requires reflection because we can't access each version's specific NMS handler. So that's what it's a little bit of reflection right here. You just get the class path, so you have to make sure they're all in the same module except for the version. That's the only difference, and then they all have to have the same class name. Yeah, you could do that, but there's really no point to doing that for reflection because your main, here's the thing, your main module has to depend on every other module. Otherwise, they won't be added to your final build, your final jar. So in your main module has your main plugin class. You could just initialize them there. You don't need to, you don't need reflection there. But we needed reflection specifically in our NMS stuff because we didn't know which version we were going to implement. We had to determine that during runtime, essentially, instead of during code time. Yeah. So that's a little bit of a difference there. You would use reflection if you don't know what you need it to be set to during code time. So you would need reflection to initialize it during runtime. Like this. This is ran when the plugin first starts, rather than, you know, oh, I know what I need to set it to that. I guess the simplified term is, if you don't know what it is during code time, you would need to use reflection to set it during runtime. That's the simplest explanation I can give, I think. But yeah, most of the time, like for modules, your main module will have to depend on all the other ones. So you could just set them like this. You don't need to use reflection for it. Does that answer your all your questions, or do you have any other questions about that? Again, I need to figure out why that doesn't work anymore. Cool. But yeah, I've seen, I don't know if you've heard about Abyss Development or BambooPrison. They also had a multi-module project, but they used Maven. which normally is not a problem if you set up your modules like this to avoid circular dependencies. But instead of purposely avoiding circular dependencies, you know what they do? They have circular dependencies, but they avoid it by first removing all the code that depends on the other module, building the jar, and then using that module's jar as a dependency for the module that it depends on. It's just a lot of work, because then you have to go back in after you compile the module's jar and to uncomment out all the code that depends on the other module. It's just ridiculous. Like, don't do that. That also makes it a super big pain. If you ever give someone the source code, it makes it such a huge pain for them to compile it, because each module depends on a now jar file that they don't have. So now they have to go through all the code, every single module, and comment out any code that depends on another module, and then they have to build each module, and then they have to put that into the dependency and uncomment out the code that they just commented out. It's such a huge pain. That's why I don't know why they did it like that. It's just ridiculous. Like, this is simple. There are no circular dependencies, and you could just compile it. There's no jar dependencies or anything. It's just that, you know, it's so much simpler. So again, I don't know why they did it like that. Like, they could have just avoided circular dependencies. Like, I don't think they had a common module. I think that was the problem. I don't know why they didn't think about that. But, you know, whatever. They like to claim that they're such good developers, yet they couldn't think of that. You know what I mean? I don't know. The dude is younger than me, and I'm only gonna be 22 soon. Next month, actually. I know he's over 18 now. I know that for a fact, but he's younger than me by a couple of years at least. I just don't. I just don't understand how you could do that and then have such a high ego. You know what I mean? That's my problem with Abyss development. They have an ego, and they're just not who you want to do business with. But, you know, whatever. That's enough about them. Because last time I talked about them, they tried to. They had one of their managers DM me talking about, oh, you can't say that. I'm like, man, what are you talking about? And then later, like a week later, that manager was fired anyways. Oh my gosh, dude, you can't take some people seriously. You know what I mean? It was just a rant, because I'm like, why are you doing modules like that? Don't have circular dependencies. That's the most simplest you can make it, right? That's like the standard. You shouldn't be using loopholes to get around circular dependencies. You should just not have circular dependencies. That's what it boils down to. And I'm just amazed that they had loopholes to get around it rather than just not have them. Ah, man. Anyways, so why is this not working anymore? If the slot that they clicked is the held slot, but this is also saying get the item at the hotbar slot. So this is why. I think somehow I inverted this. I think this was making what I thought this was doing work. So I think that's the problem. So I think this is actually hotbar 2. Okay. I'm again, this is just what is happening here. Okay. So what do we need to do? Main hand to other slot. Other slot main hand. Right? This is the most simplest way I can write this down. So we want the main hand, so we want hotbar slot equals held slot. That's what we want. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, why are people using the jars of their modules as the dependencies when you could just use the module itself as a dependency? And the only reason they do that is it's a loophole to get around circular dependency build issues. But again, that also makes it a massive pain to anybody you give the source code to, because that's what's messed up about it, right? They sold the source code. They allowed people to buy the source code of their plugin. But even though they buy it, they can't modify it without having to go through and comb through and build all the jars for each module before they can compile it. And every time they make a change, they gotta do that again. Because like you're adding another method to this other module, and then you have to go through, you have to comment it all out. It's just ridiculous. Like, that's such a huge pain. It's not worth buying the source if you can't modify it, because you have to do that every time you add a new method or something that another module depends on. They're basically, what they were doing is they were making an API for every module, and then they were building that API without any other dependencies on other modules, and then they were using that module that had no code in it as another as the other module's dependency. Which, even then, you could have made an abstract version of each thing, like instead of having OmniTool depend on enchants module, I could put all of it in the API, and I can have OmniTool depend on the API, and then I can get any enchant thing I need from the API rather than the enchant module itself. Which, again, I actually even mentioned that earlier in the stream. I was thinking, like, maybe I should, instead of having OmniTool depend on enchants, just get it from the API, right? Because that's what I could do, to have it less coupled, or to decouple it. And that's, I literally mentioned that earlier, just crazy. Circling back all the way back to that. Yeah, I mean, it's not anything revolutionary. I guarantee other people have done this exact same thing. It's literally just avoiding circular dependencies, because that's the main thing you have to avoid. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. Really? Yeah. I have a friend, Dr. Div. He showed me he was making prison mines in Hightail, which is pretty funny when you mentioned that. I don't have Hightail. I haven't bought it, so I haven't started working on anything in that regard. And from what I understand, when you're making mods for it, you do it in Java. What I believe is the server code is on C++ or C#, but the client code is on Java, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I heard. So either way, that would be interesting to work on. I just don't have the game, obviously, so I haven't done anything. Server code is in Java. Okay, so then the client code is in C# or C++. And that's why if you're making plugins for the server, you're writing in Java, not like a client mod, which would be in C# or something. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I've seen all the modding potential for Hightail. It looks really cool. Again, I just don't have it, and I've never played it. So I don't work in it. Okay, everything is in Java. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what Riot was doing. I heard that Riot owned it at one point. I'm glad they were able to get it back though from Riot, because I assume they had to have, they either partnered with Riot or like sold to Riot. And Riot could have just abandoned it and then not gave it back. Like they could just, oh, we own it now, we're not gonna give it back or something. I don't know. But yeah, I just don't have money for it right now. That's the problem. Anyways. Right. If the hotbar spot is the held spot, then we need then we already have the hotbar thing. And held. Wait. God, what am I? My brain is not braining with this logic, and that's really annoying me. It's just like these really annoying edge cases that you gotta deal with here. That's what's hard to wrap my brain around, because I don't do it often, and then now I'm like, what do I do here? I really gotta think about it. So what I'm gonna do. So if the hotbar slot that we clicked, right, is equal to the slot that we're holding, and the slot, the clicked slot, is not equal hotbar slot, then we gotta cancel it. Actually, I can actually, I think I can move this down here. And I don't like the nesting of that, so. And then we can return here again. Alright. Let's just test this, because again, the logic is really annoying me of how hard it is for me to wrap my head around it right now. I really should be taking a break because it's been like 3 hours, 45 minutes, but if I keep taking breaks, then we're not going to make much progress, and that's what we want to do. I still gotta add ranks and like multipliers and stuff. There's not a massive amount of stuff I need to do to start releasing it for people to test. I forgot who said that they could test with like 30 players. It could have been Bowsy or Bowsy. I don't remember his Discord name. Yeah, he said he could test with about 30 players. So I just gotta keep I don't know why I don't send it out right now, because there's no ranks and stuff. We still gotta test like how the enchants and stuff and the private lines perform with multiple players, even if there are no ranks. But anyways, okay, so the hot bar, the clicked slot has to be the held slot. The held slot has to be the clicked slot, but the hotbar slot has to be any other held slot. All right, any other slot. So that makes sense to me now. So clicked slot. I'm gonna rename this. That'll help. All right, now we're gonna test this. All right, let's see here. We also need, yeah, I need a mine management GUI. That'll be really cool. And it shouldn't need that much. It shouldn't require as much complexity as the enchant menu did. Specifically because the enchant menu required, like, you had to open a sub menu for that specific enchant. And I didn't want to create manually encode a sub menu for every enchant. That would be dumb. So the upgrade menu here was really the hard part of the enchant menu. But a mine management menu shouldn't actually need any submenus, really, realistically. But obviously, configurability, you will be able to do that if you wanted to. Okay, we need the held item. Okay, where is this getting... We've held up here somewhere? Yeah, we have held here. Why do we have it all the way up here? Okay. This. The main hand to a different slot. Hopefully this should do it. Sorry if you can hear my dog in the background. I believe my noise canceling is set up correctly, but I can never tell. I'm in a very kind of dinky house with thin walls and thin doors. I can hear everything from my room, but apparently they can't hear me whenever I yell out from my room, which is very interesting. But yeah, I can hear everything from my room, which is kind of annoying, even with the door shut. But yeah, glad you can't hear it. I guess my mic is alright, and well, if my mic didn't have all the filters from the sonar and Elgato wave thing, you would have been able to hear it, which is... There we go. Finally, we got that part down. Now we just need to do the inverse. Other slot to main hand. If put slot. Not... What are you doing? What are you doing there? Lagging. Is not equal to held slot. And hotbar slot equals held slot. Now, hotbar get item hotbar slot. Well, actually, no, this shouldn't be it. It should just be the clicked slot. Omni tool is omni tool clicked. True. Okay, hopefully that is the logic there. Also, let me know if I'm too loud or the music is too quiet or too loud. I always forget to ask, but I'm always questioning that. Even though I don't change any of the volume between streams. For the most part. YouTube audio will, or the YouTube volume will obviously change throughout, but good. Alright. So you're working on a prison server on Hightail. Are you doing the coding of that then? I believe, since you were talking about Java. You're doing the coding of that. And you said it was easy too, so I'm assuming you're coding. That's cool. So what exactly are you doing for the prison of it? Are you doing all the normal, I mean obviously all the normal prison elements, but then like for the server itself, I mean, there we go. Yeah, pretty much. Although I will say Minecraft itself has been adding a lot of improvements over the recent versions, the modern versions. I know a lot of people look at the updates on the surface, like the new update, they're just adding a bunch of remodeled baby mobs. Like, I can understand why people would be upset about that, like why do we need a whole update just for only the remodeled baby mobs, but on the back end they've added a lot of cool stuff, like dialogues, like dialogues for here. You can create these pretty easily now. As well as, you know, obviously text displays, item block displays, entity displays, all that stuff. There's a lot of stuff that they've been adding. They just changed custom model data, so it's no longer just a byte of data, like a number. You can have like strings or like bunch of other stuff, components on it. They even added, like with a resource pack, you can have a different texture for the same item depending on the data on that item, which is really cool. So you can have like a pickaxe that's like you have a custom pickaxe with like a fire pickaxe. Like imagine a fiery pickaxe, but then the texture can degrade as the durability decreases. Like that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, servers have always been kind of dead though. I mean, a lot of the big prison servers you see nowadays, 90% of the time, those are botted player counts. To be honest, but yeah. So this should, all the edge cases should be done, although I don't like that I can't shift click to my inventory, so we're gonna have to fix that as well. And that should be in the Omni Tool return listener. Move to other inventory, I believe, would be the problem. Yeah, copy and paste it, yeah. That's why... And another thing is, all the smaller servers that don't have custom plugins, 99% of the time, they're not going to have packet-based private mines. And that leads to really bad performance for the most part. And not only that, there's not a lot of good public prison cores out there. Like, the two I can name off the top of my head are Ed Prison and X Prison. And those do have their fair share of bugs and lag. And that's why I always wanted to create my own public prison core, especially with packet mines, because there are no public packet mines plugins except for Coral Prisons, and that one, which I just talked about earlier, is not good. And it's expensive. They tried to charge you more money for Coral Prison than Adobe Photoshop. Like, that's just dumb. It's so dumb. They had a subscription model, or you could buy it one time for like $300, and you don't even get the source code with it. That's just dumb to me, especially with their level of skill. Not saying that they're bad developers, but like, you know what I was talking about with the dependencies, circular dependency issues. Like, if they're doing that, you can guarantee not all their code is up to par. But yeah, that's why with my 4+ years of experience in Java and making plugins specifically, just trying my own hand at it, and finally I was able to get packet mine stuff to work. I think these are pretty much done, except for expanding on rank up. Like, I don't have ranks to expand the mine when you rank up, or change mine types yet. I do want to add mine types that you can change. Like, imagine you start at this schematic with the mine small, and then once it's maxed out, you can change to a new mine type, and maybe it'll be small again, or it'll just be the same size as your max expansion. And maybe it'll just have a different block palette, for example. Like that would be really cool if we could do that. Expanding should be easy if you have the core functionality there. Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been working on since last month. It's just been, you know, the basic core features. Right now, a lot of it is polish. Like this enchant menu, this is recent. This is, I would classify as a little bit of polish, because I do have the Omni enchant command, but obviously non-opt players can't use that command. So I guess it's kind of required, but you know, it is technically polish. I could have, I don't know. But yeah, but now we have the basis of, you know, a GUI functionality that I can make other GUIs with, which would be much better. And we have, again, the private mines. We have enchants, all this structure, basically, all the infrastructure is what I've been working on. Sorry. I think sometimes I speak too fast, and I'm just like stumbling over my own words. I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird thing. Normally I'm soft-spoken and I don't talk a lot, especially since I don't go out of the house very often. So yeah, I don't know. Not used to talking as much. Though I do somehow manage to ramble on and on. Mainly when I'm going over plugins stuff, because it's what I'm passionate about, I guess. Anyways, that was a ramble in itself. We want the click event here. What was all this stuff? Yeah, right here, click event. I'm gonna make sure that this is the culprit here. Okay. It might be a little annoying to upgrade this core and add multiple version support as more versions come out, but I did have the structure for that, so I can do that. It shouldn't be too bad, especially since most of my my packet listener code is in the main class, the main modules, but only the backbone NMS specific code is on each root. So like I have the functionality of the block break packets in my main class, but then all the method calls to NMS is just in a different spot in each version module, so that should make it easier as well. All right. Let's see. Yep, that is the culprit. So we didn't click the top inventory, even though we are now clicking the top inventory and still doing that. That's because, okay, yeah, this is not a top inventory. This is not classified as a top inventory. So that's why. Because we don't want them to click it into a top inventory. So I'm gonna have to say, we need to check what the top inventory is. And we don't currently check that, and that's why. So we don't have the player. Okay, final player okay, if I'm just gonna move this up here. Get who clicked instance of player return, right? You don't need to check this stuff if it's not a player that's clicking. I don't understand why they even return a human entity instead of a player. Because what other entity is going to have an inventory that can click on it? Like, that just doesn't make any sense to me why they even do that. But, whatever. Alright. Player, get open inventory, get top inventory, and this, does it return null? No, it returns not null. I assume this will just say get open inventory. Yeah, they've only it's been like that forever. If they do not have an inventory window open, it returns their internal crafting view. Right. But the top inventory here crafter view, craft inventory view. Viewing. Okay, I'm not gonna find that out. I wish I had a little more documentation on this. If top inventory, hit holder, is player inventory a holder? Technically, no. No, it's not. I guess we could say player get inventory get. No, I can't say that either. Just in there, normal layer inventory. Okay. Oh, right. The type. If top inventory get type equals inventory type dot player. That's what we want to do. What we want to just do is say just return there. Okay. I think that's what we wanted to do. Man, I don't. Yeah, okay. You say we don't actually do the most amount of coding in my streams so far. Like I've done a lot more off stream than on stream in the development of this plugin, but that's okay. We are still coding in it, and that's the point. Oh my god, this server, man. I don't know what is wrong with my servers specifically. Like they just don't want to. Okay, no, it's still canceling it. I don't know why it's still canceling it. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna say this is not equal to player there. Alright, see ya. Thanks for tuning in and chatting. Alright, crafting. Crafting, no false. Oh, I guess it would be crafting. What's the difference between crafting and player then? 9 quick bar slots, 27 container slots, 4 armor slots, 1 offense slot, 1 body slot, and 1 saddle slot. In crafting. Huh. Alright, let's just say. Type equals player or type crafting. Gonna return like that. Although I'm gonna go ahead and put this stuff down here actually. And we can put this on there. Okay. Hopefully this should do it. I guess if it's like maybe it would be player if they do have a top inventory open. But okay, well then maybe that would mean that we just want to do crafting. I think that okay. I think we're gonna test that first. Well, I guess the top inventory would never be player then if we do have one open. So I think we'll be fine. Anyways, let's hope that this works. There we go. Good. Good. Can't put it in the crafting inventory there. That's fine. That's good, actually. Okay, now spawn. We have a chest over here to test on. Good. Can't move it in there. One F. Okay. I believe everything is sorted. Alright, I believe everything's fine now. So we can shift it now there. That means mine we should be able to yeah, so now we have to check for shift clicking now. in our other listener. Alright. Clicked equals inventory. Inventory get item, clicked slot. So if they clicked on that item, now we need to check where it's going and if it lands in their hand slot. That would mean, oh yeah, we can also return up here now. So I click on, okay. You should just be able to return here, but if they did not click on the Omni tool, because that means it's not being moved anywhere. So if they clicked on it, and if clicked slot equals held slot, then we can say handle player clicked false. There we go. Otherwise, we can handle. Well, we don't know where the destination ended up. So, main hand equals get item main hand if me tool is on me tool player, not player, main hand. Player clicked. We do main hand. It should. There we go. So this should do it if it reflects the main hand after they shift click it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm now thinking maybe we could have simplified it a little bit, but no. I'll leave it how it is. There we go. So, okay, that does not work. That means you know what? No, because if it doesn't go into their main hand, then we don't know. You know, I suppose we could do bucket get scheduler, run task. You can do that. Bamboo will. Bamboo. What's going on here? Okay, it's just not showing it for some reason. Why is it not? Look, there, jeez. Okay, that should run a tick later. Maybe then it'll be like, oh, Now you're holding it, so there you go. And that should obviously run before they even close their inventory. And if not, it'll still... Is it the best way to do it? I'm not 100% sure. How do we... Maybe there's a event get their destination? Yes. No. Get the slot, the click, the inventory, the action. No, I don't think so. Get result dot... Huh. Interesting. Yeah, there we go. That works. Right. Yeah, cool. I'm just gonna say that's just gonna have to be how it is. I'm gonna turn off fall damage for this world. Good. Alright. That should be all of our edge cases, if I'm not wrong. Obviously, people are gonna have to test, and if they find anything, then they'll have to report it to me, and then I can fix it. You know? Oh yeah, we do need the refund menu as well. But that means I need to determine a refund price or refund percentage of the total, and that actually shouldn't be too hard to do. Look at my API here, enchants, bamboo enchant here, base chance, next level, right? Here's the costs, and I say object to object map, string, and we can actually say object to int map, refund percentages. Refund percentage. Or actually what we could just do is store it in the cost. Because the cost of itself is, you got the base amount and that level modifier. We can actually just put a we do a float refund percentage. There we go. And now that'll just be part of the cost. And this probably introduces, yeah, some errors or some issues here. Because this is a record. What I'm gonna do is turn this to a normal class here. So we need ISID interface. That means we need public costs. We'd want the base cost and the per level modifier. No per level modifier. So this base cost per level modifier there. And we actually want now a double or float refund percentage. Final float refund percentage. And I want to make this a bit easier to read, so also want to just have these two. say this base cost per level modifier, 0 refund percentage. There we go. Now we need the getters. Okay. Base costs. And so actually now this might be good to this actually could have been a record still, now I'm realizing it. Well actually no, because I didn't want this to be final actually. Percent. And I want map. Alright, great. Minimum of 1.0 F. Maximum percentage, there we go. Essentially this is saying take the maximum of 0 in percentage. So if percentage is less than 0, it'll take 0. And then this is saying take the minimum of, take the lowest value between 1 and this value. So if percentage is greater than 1, it'll take 1. That's how you clamp something. Related problems. Base. Oh, that's what. Base amount. Base amount. Yeah. There you go. Perfect. Now we added that optionally to that. We just need, okay, so we have this, and now we say refund percentage. Section get float. Currency ID plus refund percentage. Put 0 by default, and now we can pass that in refund percentage. There we go. Good. And now we're gonna have to calculate that later. So I'm gonna have to go for now. Actually, I was just informed dinner's done. I'm gonna go eat because I actually skipped lunch because I woke up a bit late and ate breakfast instead. So I'm a bit hungry. So I'm gonna go eat, and I'm gonna call it a stream here. It's been a good 4 hours, almost 4.5 hours. Thank you to everyone who tuned in and chatted. We had quite a bit of interaction today. Thank you so much for that. And if you would like to stay up to date, you can subscribe to the YouTube channel or follow my Twitch. I'm streaming there as well if you don't know. The only difference is I stream in Twitch at 1080p and I stream on YouTube at 1440p. If you want a higher quality, you can check out the YouTube stream, or if you prefer Twitch, you can go to the Twitch stream. And if you'd like to support development, I actually have a Ko-Fi link in the YouTube description, and it should be on my Twitch homepage as well. So you can support development through that, or I have a Patreon, which I don't intend to really use. It's more for monthly donations if you're up for that. But a Ko-Fi, you can just send, you know, like a one-time thing. So it's completely optional and helps a lot. And you know, if I do put it on the marketplace for money, and you supported through Ko-Fi or Patreon, and you let me know what your Discord is, I can give you a free license on the marketplace when it gets put up. Again, that's if I put it up on the marketplace for real money, or for a charge, not free, you know what I mean? But it will be open source regardless. That is a fact. so don't feel pressured into supporting me. It's completely optional. I also have a Discord server you can join if you want to stay up to date and chat about code or ask questions or anything. That would be cool as well. Completely optional. And before I keep on rambling, I'm gonna say again, thanks for watching and tuning in and chatting. If you're watching from the future, thanks, of course. And I'll see you guys in the next one.